Vale, estamos ya de vuelta en el Vampyr. Pone en Twitch número 1, ya lo cambiaré, número 2. Así que nada, vamos a continuar donde lo dejamos ayer. Me ha asustado, he visto aquí. No hay archivo de guardado y me he quedado como en plan, ¿cómo? A ver, sí. Una rata en el hospital. Me ha asustado un poco, la verdad. Me ha asustado un poquillo cuando he visto eso. Vale, pues nada, ayer eso, nos presentaron un poquito al personaje. Doctor, recién llegado a Londres después de la Primera Guerra Mundial, muere, es mordido por un vampiro y al volver a la vida mata sin querer a su hermana y intentando averiguar quién ha sido el responsable, pues acaba en un hospital donde hay otro médico que lo ayuda con sus problemas de vampiro. Y nada, estuvimos un poco conociendo al personal médico que había por aquí y un poco a los personajes y ya está. Vale, vamos allá. Habla con Harriet en el hospital. Interroga a Brannigan sobre la negligencia médica. No sabemos todavía quién es ese personaje. Y esta pues será Harriet, efectivamente. Teatro Royal Galton Hall. Faith Prince presenta Doris Fletcher Safi. Vale.
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
¿Cómo?
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones.
Oh, va a ser la que está con el de la ambulancia, con el conductor de la
ambulancia. See you on the
ambulancia.
next round.
Encuentra a la enfermera
The
Pipa
patients and
Hawkins,
staff
Dorothy
might
Crane.
know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
Vale, a 5 metros. ¿Por qué me ponía 5 metros? Si no es con este con quien necesito hablar. Contigo creo que sí quiero hablar. Pipa Hawkins.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift.
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes. Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Vale. Vale, ¿con quién más tenemos que hablar? Vale. Vale, ahí está Brannigan. Vamos a hablar con ella. Y de hecho la estuve buscando ayer y no la encontré.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
¿Por qué está la cámara así? No sé.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Vale, mira, hemos desbloqueado ya conversaciones nuevas que antes no
Why does
teníamos.
Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett.
I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tippett's, shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view. Dr. Tippett is a brilliant practitioner. We most definitely need his know-how.
I hope you're right. This is a huge risk we're taking.
Dr. Tippett must regain his confidence. Please, keep this decision between you and me. He doesn't need to know you found out.
Sí, ya he hablado con él.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Pues ya está. Hemos dicho todo lo que teníamos que decirle.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Que no se entere el otro de que no sé qué y está aquí al lado, ¿sabes? El Tippett. Vale, a ver, quiero coger esto. Perfecto, vale. Me queda hablar con... un chico desconocido aquí. Vamos a hablar con él a ver quién es. Pulso B para activar sus sentidos. Si un ciudadano actúa de forma sospechosa, su corazón desprenderá un brillo muy característico. Si observas al ciudadano, podrás desbloquear una interacción especial.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
He llegado aquí por arte de magia. Encuentra el mafioso en las alcantarillas. Vale, antes de ir para allá, espero que la puerta... Vale, sí, voy a poder volver luego. Vale, me gustaría ver, había un personaje aquí que no conozco. Me gustaría saber quién es.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please,
Su compañero no
calm
será
down
el
and
Cox
give me
este que
more
matamos.
details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... Well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. Taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is... nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Vale, solo va a ser una misión secundaria. Encontrar a... Tiene pinta. Vale. Vamos a seguir con la misión esta principal. Ciudadanos enfermos se pueden curar con el remedio adecuado. Un ciudadano sano contribuye a restablecer el estado de salud de su distrito. Alcantarillas de Poplar.
He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him.
Ahí está pasando algo turbio. Aquí no puedo hacer nada.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Nivel 8. Vale, puedo subir ahí arriba. Espera. Garrote con púas. Pero... Vale, no parece que pueda ir por aquí. Vamos a echar un vistazo. Se nota mucho el nivel, los que son nivel bajo los matas enseguida. Vale, parece que puedo bajar por ahí. De todas formas, creo que prefiero ir por el otro lado. Voy a echar primero un vistazo aquí a ver qué hay. Pues se escuchaba como la voz que estaba pidiendo ayuda, se escuchaba como por aquí. Ciudadano, es posible que el ciudadano en apuros no sobreviva hasta la próxima noche. Voy a ver cómo está. He dicho, esto he leído sobre... he estado informándome sobre el juego y leyendo cositas y tal para enterarme. Y he visto eso, que hay momentos en los que puedes encontrarte a ciudadanos que si no los ayudas pueden incluso llegar a morir y no desarrollas su historia. Así que me interesa ayudar a la gente que pueda.
Okay, I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Es el amigo del otro.
Your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Ha rescatado a un ciudadano. Volverá a su distrito la noche siguiente. Bien. Y es eso, si no hubiese venido a ayudarle podría haber muerto y claro, luego a lo mejor su amigo que le estaba buscando, pues igual, yo que sé, ocurre algo, ¿sabes? Con el amigo, yo que sé, se pone triste y vete tú a saber. Ay, esto es para salir, mierda, no quería salir. Ah, no quería salir, pensaba que era una habitación más que podía explorar. Los precios ofertados por los mercadores variarán en función del estado de salud del distrito. Eso es interesante saberlo. Vale, he ido por ahí. Vamos a coger todo. Vale, tengo que continuar entonces por aquí. Esto es una rata. Esto tiene pinta de boss fight. Sí.
sort of creature is this?
Esta mina. Vaya paliza le he dado,
Not a
nada.
lot to check, but
Vaya
I showed
paliza le
it.
acabo de dar. Antes de mirar esto, que parece que es el final, a ver si hay algo más. No. Cupón de la enfermera Crane. Si estás enfermo y no tienes dinero, seas quien seas, vengas de donde vengas, ven a ver a Dorothea para recibir ayuda. No es ningún engaño, gratis, no hacemos preguntas. Busca la casa de Darius Petrescu y entrega este cupón.
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
¿Y esta criatura ha matado al señor ese que le había dado el cupón? ¿O es este el señor que se ha convertido? Un poco raro. Debería comer ratas. Tengo poca sangre. ¿Dónde hay ratas?
I have this thirst for blood.
Vale, ahora sí creo que ya hemos terminado de revisar todo lo que podía revisar aquí. Así que nos vamos. ¿Se lo puedo abrir? Vamos a ver el mapa. Tengo que ir allí. Vale, cruzo el puente y sigo recto la calle. Principio. Eso es para ir directamente a mi habitación desde la calle, pues está bien, si no tengo que recorrerme el hospital. Entra en tu... O sea, atenta a las consecuencias. Los ciudadanos de Londres, toque de queda, advertencia sanitaria oficial. Las campanas de la iglesia repicarán a las 9 de la noche para dar comienzo al toque de queda. Ningún ciudadano podrá circular por las calles libremente desde esa hora hasta las 5 de la mañana. Hasta nuevo aviso se ha implementado un toque de queda en toda la ciudad. Es imperativo llevar una máscara para prevenir la propagación de la infección. Si un miembro de su unidad familiar enferma, comuníquelo de inmediato a las autoridades, debido al toque de queda cerrado a partir de las 9 de la noche. Nivel 18. Vale, no debería pelearme con... No debería pelearme con ese bicho. ¿Atacarle o no puedo atacarle? Porque no me ha dejado. Igual me parte por la mitad. De la escopeta, tú. Debería alejarme. ¿Cómo? No sé qué ha sido eso. De las escopetas que me va a reventar. ¿Se va? Se ha olvidado. Se acaba de olvidar, ha dicho. Espera, ¿qué estaba haciendo yo aquí? Vale, esta zona está hecha como para que evite el combate. Los enemigos son como demasiado fuertes. Algo ha brillado aquí. No sé el qué, pero algo ha brillado, ¿no? Como si pudiese interactuar. ¿Esto lo puedo romper o no? No puedo romper esto. Sí me ha parecido ver algo como brillar. Como indicando que puedo interactuar, pero... Lo que me extraña que no pueda romper esto. ¿No? ¿No puedo? ¿Qué hago? ¿Voy despacio para que no me vea? ¿O? Mierda. ¿Vienes a por mí? Tu casa. Vale, otro se va. Ok, este me dropea algo. Estoy escuchando ratas.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Pues sí, sí, come que vas a comer mucha rata.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Había una habilidad que era para conseguir más sangre después de cada mordedura de estas. Debería subírmela. Vamos a intentar evitar el combate. Son nivel 10, igual puedo matar a estos. Pero hay otro ahí abajo. Es que cómo paso. ¿Cómo? Vale, sí, que vengan de uno en uno. Ven aquí. Si vienen de uno en uno los puedo matar fácil, pero ¿a dónde vas? Ven aquí. Bueno, 2 en 2 me sirve también. Vale, son todos resistentes a armas a distancia, pero a melee les hago bastante daño. Me encanta que se olvidan de mí. O sea, pasan un límite y dicen, bueno, ¿qué estaba haciendo yo con mi vida? Joder, es que lo de la cámara de verdad que fija a los enemigos es horrible. Vale, voy a bajar simplemente para coger esto. Nivel 12. None of my business, la verdad, está ahí comiendo. La verdad es que está la gente como muy tranquila. O sea, está ahí el bicho se comiendo y la peña está ahí como que le da igual, ¿sabes? Roger el muro. ¿Tienes una escopeta o qué arma es esa? Le hago como muy poco daño. Balas. Puedo abrir. Vale. Aquí no parece que haya nada más. Vamos a subir. Cerrado.
I cannot enter.
27 metros hacia allí. Esto está cerrado todo.
It's locked.
¿Cómo consigo...? ¿Por aquí? Vale.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood
Estado del
is linked
distrito grave.
somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Vale, hay un escondite cerca, a ver si lo encuentro, me vendría bien. Caja grande de pastillas. Vale, esto me permite cruzar al otro lado. No sé si echar un vistazo por aquí antes. ¿Esta caja la puedo abrir? No parece. Pero voy a echar un vistazo rápido aquí, a ver si puede estar el escondite por aquí. ¿No? ¿No hay nada? ¿En serio? ¿Esto no lo puedo abrir? O sea, ¿en serio? Me ponen este sitio así como súper escondido. Tienes que subir al balcón y bajar y tal. Para un par de monedas. Bueno, pues ya está. Sigamos. Me he dejado... ¿Cómo? ¿Pega un tiro? ¿Qué ha pasado?
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
And suffering.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of a street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just frayed me last nerve.
Es que no me he fijado, lo ha matado, no me he fijado.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Pues ha matado a alguien, ¿no? O sea, este chico está bien, ¿no? No te han disparado. Sí.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
Hay que echar un vistazo aquí, porque me he dejado cosas que no he mirado. Me gustaría mirar por si acaso.
I cannot enter.
El mismo señor que hemos visto antes. Me ponía que había un refugio cerca. Oh, vaya, no sé dónde he entrado. Ponía que había un refugio cerca y me gustaría encontrarlo. No he mirado el mapa, igual aparece en el mapa cuando estás cerca, no lo sé. Me raya un poco esas cruces blancas que estoy viendo por todos sitios. Escondite desbloqueado, era aquí. Vale. A ver, ¿puedo mejorar o crear algo de esto? No sé si crear medicinas por tenerlas. Esto lo voy a reciclar todo. No sé si ir fabricando medicinas para tener. Imagino voy a tenerlo por ahí por si me encuentro gente enferma que las pueda ayudar. Vale, vamos a subir quizá esto. Regeneración, aumenta la regeneración de vida al usar mordedura en combate. Aumenta la capacidad de sangre, aumenta la absorción de sangre al usar mordedura. Estas son las cosas que tengo que subir. Porque de momento suelo y número de balas me da un poco igual. Esto quizás subírmelo para hacer más daño. Cuesta 2000, Dios. Vale, no. Aumenta el daño infligido al usar mordedura en combate. Vamos a subir esto. Ahí está, subimos a nivel 9. %40 de sangre al usar mordedura en combate. Capacidad de sangre total. Aumenta el daño infligido al usar mordedura en combate. Aumenta la regeneración de vida al usar mordedura en combate. Vale, ya está de momento. Vale, ya somos nivel 10. Nivel 14. Voy a morir. Oh. Fuck. A ver, me gustaría poder salir de aquí, la verdad. Vale, ya está. En el momento que matas a uno y te quedas 1 contra 1 es fácil, pero es el 2 contra 2, como te pillen ahí en una mala posición. Vale, puedo explorar. No sé por dónde. Vale, bueno, esto es abajo del edificio. Vale, vamos a echar un vistazo. Puedes curar el daño agravado con la habilidad autofagia bebiendo sangre humana o descansando. Bebiendo sangre humana me curo. Vale. Vale, tengo que explorar por ahí. Ah, mira, si no he entrado por esa puerta, de hecho. Creo que he entrado por esa puerta. Hay ratas. Vamos a comer unas ratitas. Creo que he entrado por esa puerta. Sí, que genial.
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm Harry, by the way. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Mientras tanto rebuscando en sus cajones.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Tú ahí, sí, sí, cuéntame.
It's locked, all right.
Voy a coger el dinero que tienes aquí en la mesa, si no te importa.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like. Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. But I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Es que tienes la cara horrible. Ahora son ciudadanos normales.
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
How is business around here?
Business? I had no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
La culpa es de los inmigrantes.
So she's trying to help her fellow immigrants. Why would that make her a villain?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothy Crane, something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Right then. Show me what you have.
Vale, no voy a comprar nada.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and pushes me buttons more than he should.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one. Not to have my beloved wife by my side. She died when Harry was little. My sweet Jane. She gave the boy confidence.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be arrested, are you not afraid of what would happen to your boy if you were?
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Vale, bueno, vamos conociendo personajes. Vale, ya tengo ahí el destino de la misión. En principio no voy a explorar más, tampoco me voy a parar a explorar todo porque es que puede ser un mapa enorme. Voy a ir por aquí callejeando, no voy a estar ahí buscando todo. Vamos a entrar de momento y ya explorar el mapa a medida que vaya avanzando la historia.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
¿Puedo espiarlo? No puedo pasar por aquí.
It's locked, all right.
Voy a entrar por otro sitio. Espiarlo desde aquí o no sé. Es que lo único que puedo hacer es como llamar a la puerta, no me deja hacer nada más.
I will return later.
¿Qué más puedo investigar? ¿Habrá alguna forma de rodear esto? ¿Esta quién es?
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Vale, a ver si puedo investigar a este señor. Quizá haya alguna forma... Es que no parece que haya una forma de llegar al otro lado de su casa. Aquí ya me alejo. O sea, hay como algo ahí, pero no puedo... ¿Cómo llego al otro lado de esto? O sea, es que la única entrada es esta y la otra que hemos visto que está cerrada. No hay ningún otro sitio por el que llegar hasta esta zona. Tiene que haber algo que no estoy viendo. Puedo mirar aquí por la ventana, pero... Aquí que hay una mancha roja. Ah, vale, desde aquí lo puedo espiar, joder, vale. Nuestra enfermera.
Strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nethercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
Ahora sí puedo entrar.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Hemos hablado con estos.
For there is no protection against malevolence and trickery.
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Sí, bueno.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences. And most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition.
Díselo claro. Explícaselo.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I send him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in her country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Claro que sí, señor.
Don't you fear getting sick yourself?
I've been touched by God's grace. I am perfectly healthy.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I must confess, some of my rational views have been shaken by recent events.
I'll remember to stay away from the district's roughest streets then.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
It's a disgrace. People are left to die alone. No one is properly informed of the risks.
These are bad times indeed. So much for the glorious British Empire.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Ah, muy bien. Oh, ¿una carta? ¿What? De Darius Pretescu. Mis queridos hijos, lo siento mucho no haberos escrito estos últimos meses. La situación en Londres es complicada. Soy consciente de que puede parecer egoísta y absurdo cuando vosotros, hijos míos, aún vivís en un país consumido por la guerra. Aquí en Inglaterra también estamos luchando una guerra contra la pobreza y contra la injusticia. A pesar de mi avanzada edad, intento estar al pie del cañón. Por eso os escribo hoy. No volveré a Rumanía, así que probable que no nos volvamos a ver antes de que muera. No estéis tristes, hijos míos, ya sois mayores y ya tendréis vuestros propios hijos. Ya conocéis los sacrificios que a veces debemos hacer para que en este mundo sea un lugar mejor. Y este sacrificio que yo debo hacer para volver a sentirme útil. Os deseo una larga y próspera vida. Dadles un beso a los pequeños de mi parte y recordad que vuestro padre os quiere. Siempre seré vuestro padre, Darius Petrescu.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter.
locked, all right.
Me van a hacer rodear.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it?
Esta no puedo hablar más con ella. Revisión médica.
You don't seem to need my medical attention for now.
Está sana. Pues ya está, no puedo hacer nada más.
Very well. Goodbye then.
Vale, parece que por aquí no puedo acceder a ese lado de la iglesia. Pequeño ramo con un cupón para revisión médica gratuita oculto en las flores. Oh. Puede que esto nos dé una pista para hablar con ella. A ver. Puedo mirar esto antes de...
Hello again, miss. Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever.
Ya está. Vaya.
Very well. Goodbye then.
No me ha servido de mucho. ¿Puedo echar un vistazo aquí? No he contado mucho más después de haber descubierto que trabaja con ella. Vale, a ver si hay alguna forma de llegar.
You are blinded by your false faith, imprisoned by your daily routine.
Lo menos. Cuando son más de uno me ponen finos. En el momento que ya es uno contra uno, se hace todo mucho más fácil. Nos acerca a esta zona por decreto de la Comisión Oficial de Salud. Me imagino que Richard será el tío que estaba ahí. Aquí no puedo hacer nada más. Un balcón al que pueda subir. Y tiene que ser aquí.
morbidity can breathe its own beauty and grace. Whitechapel is not just disease, desertion and despair.
Voy a ver antes de hablar con él si puedo abrir la puerta o puedo encontrar algo. Carta de rechazo de un editor. Vale, esta puerta ya la dejo abierta si necesito ir por el otro lado. Aquí no hay nada. Por aquí tampoco. Vale, la carta no sé si debería...
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have a unique perspective on the situation, I must admit.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear doctor.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Nueva pista sobre ella.
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
Did you know the Mute Florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Vale. A ver, tenemos nueva pista sobre la señora misteriosa esta que no habla.
Hello again, miss.
Háblame de Richard Nethercott.
Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia.
Vaya. Nos queda solo una pista para poder hablar con ella.
Goodbye then.
Si es que va a hablar. ¿Tú quién eres?
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Vaya.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed. Or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly, but it is not your concern, Doctor.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothy Crane. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Está agotada. ¿Puedo ayudarla? Y él también está agotado.
Good evening, Christine.
¿Puedo tratarla?
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Vale, le hemos tratado. Nice. Recuperado. Vale.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Tenía otro tratamiento para el agotamiento. Estoy viendo que este está agotado.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have caught during my investigation.
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Vale. Si tengo los tratamientos, voy a ir curando a la gente, ¿por qué no? Ah, vale, esta es la chica con la que acabo de hablar. Estos dos también los conocemos ya.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again. Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see, Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
It's locked.
¿Puedo hablar con él?
If If you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard and take the stairs.
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area, Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Tell me everything.
I do not believe in the after.
No, esto ya lo hemos visto.
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
It is not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. And I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Vale, puedo abrir esta puerta. Vale. Perfecto. Vale, antes de ir para allá voy a echar un vistazo de que no haya nada aquí. Más puertas para abrir, perfecto. ¿Algún balcón, quizá? No. Vale, veamos. Pues le robo medicinas. Cuando leas esta carta ya estaré en el barco que nos llevará a Antonio y a mí de vuelta a Brasov. Inglaterra no era para nosotros y reconozco que anhelo volver a ver las orgullosas colinas de Transilvania. Tan pronto como estemos allí te prometo que encenderé una vela en la iglesia negra y rezaré porque sobrevivas a esta horrible epidemia. Sé que no apruebas esta decisión y te consideras que es mucho más útil aquí para nuestros camaradas exiliados en el East End, pero Anton necesita regresar a nuestra amada patria para ver el tan ansiado brote de la revolución. Es mi esposo, debo permanecer junto a él. Sé que tuvimos nuestras peleas y discusiones, sé que te habrá disgustado tenerme a tu lado para ayudarte con tu clínica, pero ahora que me marcho en la tierra, ten por seguro que si te pasara algo, si te vieras inmersa en un grave problema o peligro, regresaría de inmediato a Londres, con o sin Antón. Por favor, piensa en mí lo mismo que pensaré en ti. Afectuosamente, tu hermana Theodora. Imagino que desbloqueo pistas por leer estas notas. Pero es que no sé si son estas notas las que estoy cogiendo. Porque esto ya lo tenía antes. ¿Dónde está la nota que acabo de leer? Porque no es ninguna de estas la nota que acabo de leer. Se guardan en otro sitio, quizá. Esto, ¿no? Estoy mirando, no se desbloquea nada porque lea esto. O sea que entiendo que es simplemente con el hecho de coger la nota ya.
These men, they're a company
Ah, sí, mira, me salen pistas. Richard Nethercoat, Joe Peterson. O sea, tengo que abrir, literalmente tengo que abrir las notas para poder obtener información. Están saliendo ahora todas las pistas nuevas que he descubierto. Vale, son un montón de gente del hospital. Entonces la próxima vez que vuelva y tenga que hablar con la gente del hospital, pues descubriré cosas nuevas. Antes de ayudarte.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
Hay que hacerlo rápido, se está ahogando.
Perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, doctor. He's still bleeding, doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Vas a volver loco.
Are you all right, doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, doctor.
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, doctor. We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could? Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners.
It's locked, all right.
I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
Your heart might be in the right place, but you can't carry on with this blackmail. For God's sake, Dorothy, it's extortion. It's a serious crime.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Sentenciar, no, hombre, no. Cautivar, puedo cautivar.
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition. I'll look the other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed! That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then?
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient. I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal. It's locked. It's locked.
¿Cómo?
Oh, this one stinks already. He's dead!
¿Cómo han entrado estos tíos aquí? Han matado a la gente que estaba en la cama. Son muchos. Vale, vamos a buscar un sitio con más espacio para pelear. Me gustaría acabar primero. Vaya. Este señor entonces lo han matado.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello,
Sí,
Dr. Reed. Come on in.
Vamos. Vale. Tengo que volver al hospital, ¿no? Efectivamente. No voy a pararme tampoco mucho a hablar con la gente porque es que apenas desbloqueo conversaciones con lo poco que sé. Esto está cerrado. ¿Puedo subir aquí arriba? Aquí arriba ya he estado, ¿no? Sí, que estaba aquí el balcón este, sí. Vale, si vine por aquí que había un montón de guardias, estaba el enemigo este. Los guardias ya no están. Intento... Es nivel 12, puedo intentarlo. Ahora que no hay guardias, voy a aprovechar a echar un vistazo por esta zona. Aquí estoy entrando en otro territorio. Nivel 16, vale, vámonos. Vámonos, que aquí no pintamos nada.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Vale, esto es un escondite. Vamos a mirar rápido porque parece que necesitan mi ayuda. No sé cómo puedo. No puedo ir allí a ayudar, ¿no? Sí. ¿Cómo? ¿Cuántos enemigos? Vamos a matar a este. Hace mucho daño el fuego. A ver, vamos a curar. Joder, vienen más enemigos, en serio. Ay, no tengo sangre para curarme. Buah, estoy jodido. Un montón de enemigos. Estoy jodido. No, voy a morir aquí. Esperar, ¿me curo la vida verde? ¿Se me cura con el tiempo o no? Solo puedo usar la tercera habilidad, que no sé qué hace. Ah, estoy jodidísimo. Es que no puedo curarme. ¿Tienen más enemigos? ¿De dónde? Los enemigos estos que siguen saliendo de la nada, el tío este disparándome desde lejos. Si pudiese... Nada, no puedo. Si pudiese morder a un enemigo y conseguir sangre para curarme, pero no puedo curarme. Al no tener sangre no puedo curarme. Puedo conseguir... Es que no sé si puedo conseguir más sangre. Vale, si me voy al escondite y descanso... ¿Ha vuelto a aparecer este enemigo? A ver, ¿dónde estaba él? Vale, siguiendo esta calle, luego a la izquierda.
I cannot enter.
Vaya. ¿Dónde estaba el escondite? Por aquí no puedo entrar, ¿no? O sea, es en esta casa, pero es desde el otro lado. Sobre todo por ver si recupero sangre. Si puedo levelear, que tengo 2000 de experiencia. Vale, por levelear un poco y conseguir sangre para poder curarme en esa pelea. Estoy viendo que voy a depender mucho de la sangre. Para todo, es que el hecho de que puedas curarte con eso es que es clave. Voy también a craftear esto para el agotamiento, que parece que muchos lo padecen. Voy a hacer un huevo, voy a hacer más. Vale, y tema de habilidades. Terminantes. Pierdes el control y dejas que la bestia se apodere de ti durante un breve periodo de tiempo. La bestia desplaza automáticamente hacia la posición de los enemigos y los ataca con furia. Creas un torbellino de sombras a los pies de tu enemigo. Las sombras cobran vida, interrumpen al enemigo y infligen una gran cantidad de daño. Concentras tu poder para quemar a tus enemigos con sangre, haciendo que explote con violencia, infligiendo a todos los enemigos cercanos. Esto no sé cómo funciona, esto de las habilidades defensivas y tal, no sé si las tengo que activar yo. Estos son activas y estos son pasivas. Claro, debería mejorar esto para curarme más. Vale, de momento. Redadas policiales inútiles en Whitechapel. Últimamente los rumores acerca de Whitechapel se convierten en auténticos hechos. Durante los pasados 3 meses, la policía ha sospechado de que el barrio daba sede a lo que podía considerarse el núcleo del mercado negro médico en Londres. Pero por supuesto estas sospechas seguirán siendo. Ningún cuerpo de seguridad será enviado a Whitechapel para poner fin al tráfico ilegal. No se ha encontrado una gran cantidad de sustancias. No se ha arrestado ningún jefazo. Esta farsa es el resultado de un intento desesperado por ocultar la descarada incompetencia de la Comisión de Salud del Consejo del Condado de Londres, que le regala al populacho Una victoria de segunda mientras la epidemia se extiende con rapidez. Lo peor de todo es que cuando uno se toma el tiempo de analizar los gráficos y las estadísticas más recientes, descubre que el distrito de Whitechapel resiste mucho mejor a la enfermedad que la mayoría de la ciudad. ¿Se trata de un milagro? ¿O es que llevan a cabo actividades médicas clandestinas ilegales pero eficientes? ¿Es esta otra prueba de incompetencia de las autoridades en cuanto a los asuntos criminales? Lo único que sé es que si los londinenses tenemos más posibilidades de sobrevivir a la epidemia viviendo en un barrio alejado de la mano de Dios, no tengo ningún problema en mudarme a un antro barato, infestado de pulgas, y pagar a un casero de dudosa reputación. Vale, hemos conocido a casi todos. Hay gente a la que le puedo curar con bronquitis, resfriado, migraña, anemia. La prensa ha informado de tu elección al respecto del pilar de la comunidad. No recupero... Ay, no he recuperado sangre por dormir. Pensé que iba a recuperar sangre. Pero bueno, tenemos bastante, vamos full vida. Tengo que comer ratas, lo siento, pero tengo que comer ratas.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Ahora vamos full sangre. Vuelve a exponer a ese enemigo.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
A ver si podemos aislar el combate. Y primero por este. Joder, pensé que no me iba a dar, había una maldita pared en medio. No sé si usar el poder para... Le quito bastante, pero... gasto sangre. A ver, que viene mucha gente. Vale, si le rompo... O sea, les puedo como romper la defensa y morderlos. Si les rompo las defensas. Tarda un poco en dispararme, raya. Pues lo esquivo y ataca al rato. Sangre para curarme. Vamos a ver si funciona esto. Bueno, este tiene mucha resistencia al disparo. No voy a disparar a este. Tiene mucha resistencia al disparo. Peleando entre ellos. Lo han matado, de hecho. Se pelean entre ellos, entre los enemigos. Tienen también poca vida. Otro menos. Otro menos. ¿Qué nivel eres? 18. Vámonos, vámonos. Nivel 18, no quiero saber nada. Debería usar más las balas, no las uso apenas.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Voy a mejorar las armas aquí. No sé si mejorar el machete. El machete solo se puede subir a nivel 2. Ah, no me interesa entonces. Me interesa algo que se pueda subir más de nivel. 65 de daño, 15 de ataque, 20 de energía. ...15, 20, 65, 15, 20... Son iguales estos dos. Eso se puede mejorar a más nivel. Vale, entonces ya mejoró esto. Vale, ahora elijo. Aumentar el daño un 10%. Sumar 3 puntos de aturdimiento al acertar a un objetivo con un arma. Suma 3 puntos de aturdimiento. Es que no sé si me interesa más. Reduce el consumo de energía un 10%. Eso está muy bien. Y luego lo otro me lo puedo pillar aquí, lo de aturdimiento. Vale, de momento voy a empezar subiéndome el daño. Vale, ahora necesito piezas para subirlo a nivel 3. Ok. Pero bueno. $45 de daño. Esto hace más daño, pero no tiene aturdimiento. Claro, es que necesito también el aturdimiento para la sangre. A menos que haga ataques por sorpresa para recuperar sangre. Aumenta el daño infligido un 10%. Reduce el tiempo de recarga un 25%. Quizá la escopeta. Vale, ¿y ahora cómo lo equipaba? Aquí. Vale, voy a poner... Es que no puedo quitar... No puedo quitarlo si ya lo tengo equipado, creo. O sea, tengo esto a nivel 2. ¿No? Tenía ya aquí un arma a nivel 2, pero bueno. Hace más daño, pero ataca más lento, consume más energía. Mete aturdimiento, lo cual puede estar bien. Es un arma a 2 manos. Vale, puedo poner esto aquí. Vale, aquí la pistola y aquí pongo esto a 2 manos. Vale, entonces llevo aquí en lugar de la pistola, llevo la escopetilla. Solo revitalizante que no estoy usando. Aquí puedo ver las habilidades, los terminantes. Vale, tengo aquí las habilidades que apenas las uso, la verdad. Es que no las uso para nada. Nivel 11, nivel de cautivar 2. Registro de las misiones. Ok. Cefalea. ¿Puedo curar la cefalea? No tengo el tratamiento, ¿no? ¿O sí? Bronquitis, anemia, agotamiento, resfriado. No tengo su tratamiento. Tratamiento para la cefalea, fórmula desconocida. No le puedo curar todavía. Vale, pues vamos a informar a Lady Asbury. Si la encuentro. Vaya.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
Hiding your true appetites behind a facade of compassion. Bravo. Very clever indeed.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
We are vampires. We live by leeching the blood from weaker prey. We are Darwin's next chapter. His cynical and perhaps ultimate expression.
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
I believe I could agree to that.
And since a lady always keeps her promises, I will now answer any questions you may have.
Sobre mi señora.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
What type of vampire is a skull?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me, then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Skulls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London Vampire Society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, more than likely it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad?
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
Soy un vampiro, ahora te lo preguntas.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady.
I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Vale, no me voy a parar de momento a hablar con esta gente. Vamos a analizar la sangre. Oh, suero. Suero vigoroso diluido. Aumenta la tasa de regeneración de energía un 50% durante 15 segundos. Para alguna pelea y tal puede estar bien, pero no sé.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scowls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Historia familiar. Establece una conexión entre la epidemia vampírica y la gripe española. Ten más información acerca de la epidemia vampírica. Tengo que acercarme aquí para activar el... Me salió un icono. Voy a aprovechar a echar un vistazo aquí por si pudiese haber algo como esto. No lo voy a leer, me da mucha pereza.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
No. Imagino que esto es para contarle lo de la otra, lo de la rumana.
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation.
Pensaba que era para contarle lo de la otra.
Docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stole, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here, but it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
Convertiré Londres en mi reino.
But the risk of infection using vampire blood could compound the situation.
I know, but your blood now carries remarkable regenerative properties. With our minds and your blood, there's nothing we couldn't cure.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you.
I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
Asiste al funeral de Mary.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Vale, ¿cómo llego? Vale, puedo ir por esta calle y luego cruzar el puente.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing
Necesito hacer
this.
esto. Vale. ¿Eso es una rata? Me la voy a comer. ¿Puedo? ¿Por qué no puedo? Está como bugueada, yo creo. Pues no, no, entonces cómetela, cómetela, cómetela.
I have this thirst for blood.
¿A dónde me va a llevar esto? ¿He estado aquí antes? ¿Puedo subir? Después del paseo que me he dado.
It's locked.
Joder. Después del paseo que me he dado me esperaba que hubiese algo más interesante. Digo, madre mía, estoy descubriendo aquí lo más oculto del juego. Súper escondido. ¿Esto lo puedo abrir? Es que menudo paseo me he hecho. Nivel 16. Mejor no pelearme con esta gente. Mi sangre. Madre mía, vaya escopetazo. Salen enemigos como de demasiado nivel. Salen enemigos como de mucho nivel. No sé si os debería matar más. Conseguir más sangre para conseguir más experiencia. Usar quizá más las armas a distancia.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Y me da. Pesado, no deja de atacarme. Y me mata a un toque de morir. ¿Por qué me quitan tanta sangre? O sea, aparezco con toda la sangre, pero luego me la quitan. Vale, por aquí no era. A ver, a comer ratas otra vez.
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
Es que hay muchos enemigos. Vale, uno menos. Voy a ponerme aquí para que no me dispare el otro. Vamos a matar primero al que tiene debilidad. A melee. No sé qué acabo de hacer. Voy a probar esto. Vale, como que le pego también aturdimiento. Vale, voy full sangre, voy a aprovechar a curarme. Joder, qué puntería tiene, ¿eh? Justo, tío, estoy esquivando y cuando dejo de esquivar, dispara. Echar un vistazo rápido aquí abajo. Este por lo menos sabes que cuando levantas la escopeta tienes que esquivar para que no te dé. Pero es que el otro se queda como esperando y luego justo dejas de esquivar y te dispara. De experiencia por matar a un enemigo. Así que claro, ese ritmo. Claro, el juego quiere que consigas experiencia matando gente como vampiro. Que hay un tío aquí. Vale, vente aquí para que no me pegue disparos el otro. Fallaste. Vale, tú me dropeaste algo. No.
Dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
Echar un vistazo por todo el cementerio ya que estoy. Ratas, ratas, ratas.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Hay que comer ratas, yo lo siento, pero hay que comer ratas. Estoy alejando bastante del cementerio. Pero bueno, mira, un escondite.
I cannot enter.
Vale, de momento... ¿Puedo volver? Monedas. Acaba de pasar. Ah, muy bien. Los poderes mágicos aquí de la peña. Clay Cox, mira, este es el que matamos. Este es el tipo que matamos ayer. Vale, me interesa que estén aquí porque así los puedo pegar a los tres a la vez. Bueno, pues esa era la idea. Como que no pasan de esa zona de las escaleras, puedo aprovechar eso a mi favor. Como que no les gusta pasar de las escaleras. Vale. Se dan la vuelta. ¿Puedo aturdir? Tú no vuelves. Tampoco. Vale, algún drop. Gracias. Vale, voy a echar un vistazo bien a todo antes de llegar a la misión. necesitan ayuda, ¿eh? Me cambia la cámara automáticamente. Cómo odio de verdad los juegos que tienen lo de la cámara automática. Cómo lo odio cuando no lo hace bien. Cuando la cámara en lugar de ayudar te fastidia más todavía la experiencia. Odio a muerte, de verdad, que un juego te dé la opción de fijar la cámara y que lo único que haga sea joderte. Vale, por ahí es por donde vinimos antes. Esquivado, tío. Esquivado. Voy a quitar la cámara porque es que me fastidia mucho. Lo menos. Por favor, la puta cámara, tío. Estoy intentando esquivar y como tengo fijado al enemigo, esquivo y me pega el otro. Oh, qué rabia, de verdad. Es que para hacer esta cámara, por favor, que no pongan cámara. La de fijación automática. Si no lo hacen bien, si yo fijo a un enemigo, déjame ese enemigo fijado. No me lo cambies todo el rato. No puedo, de verdad, con los juegos que hacen esto. ¿Hay alguna opción? Es que no es esto del bloqueo automático. Cómo odio de verdad los juegos que tienen la cámara para fijar enemigos y te lo cambie constantemente con el movimiento tú de la cámara, te cambia el target. Lo odio a muerte, de verdad. Lo hacen todos los Souls-like. Todos los Dark Souls lo hacían, el Sekiro lo hacía y cuando lo jugué lo comenté y me cabreaba un montón. Y este juego hace lo mismo. Fijas a un enemigo con la cámara y hace lo que le sale al juego de los cojones y te fija a otro enemigo completamente distinto. Cómo lo odio, de verdad. Dime. La cámara... Joder, es que no puedo, de verdad, no puedo. Me cabrea muchísimo lo de la cámara. No puedo pegar al enemigo que quiero pegar. tío, no puedo. Ay, Dios. O sea, es que creo que no es mucho pedir. De verdad, creo que no es mucho pedir que si el juego te da la opción de fijar a un enemigo con la cámara, que no te lo cambie. Que no te cambie al enemigo, por favor. Es que creo que no es mucho pedir, de verdad. Creo que es algo lógico. Creo que es algo lógico. Que si yo fijo a un enemigo, pegue a ese enemigo únicamente y no a otro que pase por ahí. Que de la cámara me cambia el enemigo que está arriba a 4 metros. Es que creo que, no sé, creo que es algo lógico e intuitivo. No entiendo por qué no es así. Por defecto. Vale, así tengo un poco de sangre para curarme. Voy a no fijar a los enemigos, que creo que va a ser lo mejor. Por favor, no me cortes las animaciones si te estoy... Ay, te estoy pegando, no me cortes las animaciones, tío. Ya cuando solo queda un enemigo ya lo puedo fijar, por fin. Ay, Dios mío, qué paciencia.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr.
Nos acabo de
Jonathan
meter
Reed.
un porrazo en la
I'm
cabeza.
investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed.
I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
No puedo decirle nada.
It's locked. Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail. It's locked.
Todo esto que está cerrado, me pregunto si habrá alguna forma de abrirlo en un futuro. Rollo de alguna habilidad o necesitas alguna llave maestra o algo así.
Shouldn't you go back home, where you'll be safe?
Maybe later. But for now, I need to talk to my husband at the cemetery, Mr. Reed.
Vale, voy a terminar de echar un vistazo a todo lo que me pueda faltar. La entrada del cementerio estaba allí. He mirado ya todo. He entrado por aquí al cementerio, a la derecha la he mirado. Vale, sí, creo que está todo, casi todo. Eso ya lo he mirado también. Vamos a echar un vistazo por aquí. Vale, estos enemigos que no tienen resistencia... Ah, claro, pero no le aturdo con la pistola. Vale. Claro, al no poder aturdir enemigos no puedo utilizar sangre. Pues igual me interesa llevar armas con aturdimiento. Para poder morder y absorber sangre. Y uso solo armas que tengan aturdimiento. Vale, recupero toda la vida. Cuando salgo de combate recupero toda la vida, se supone. A comer ratas.
This is despicable.
Se supone que voy a recuperar toda la vida, se supone. Vale, por aquí es por donde he venido antes. Aquí he peleado en estas escaleras. Vale, o sea, ya está, esta zona está todo explorada. Se supone que tengo que continuar ahora por allí. Todo esto se supone que ya lo he mirado y tengo que seguir por aquí. Estaría bien, la verdad, que el sentido este de los vampiros te avisase también de cofres y cosas de estas, porque a veces es muy difícil verlos. Brillan un poco, pero no siempre, no sé. Tengo la sensación de que me dejo un montón de cosas porque no las veo. Está tan bien integrado con lo que es el escenario que se agradecería que se resaltasen un poco más. Entonces, igual que a simple vista pues estuviesen bien camufladas como lo están ahora, pero que si usas el poder, ¿sabes? Puedes ver, pues, si interactúas con esta caja la puedes abrir. Algo así se agradecería, la verdad. Vale, no parece que haya nada por aquí.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
A comer ratas.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How can I? I've destroyed my family. My poor mother. I can't even console her.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me.
You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
You may be right.
Of course. I've stared upon this world for centuries, and time has taught me to deal with guilt, if not erase it.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Vale, pues listo. Aquí no parece que haya nada. Suero sanguíneo diluido, fórmula extraña. Ratas.
This is despicable.
Esta sangre.
I have this thirst for blood.
¿Dónde lleva esta sangre? Escondite desbloqueado. Nice. Vale, a ver, ¿qué podemos hacer? Oh, hemos descubierto los tratamientos para esto. Nice. Vamos a sacar unos cuantos. Es que me piden un montón de materiales para estas cosas. Suero vigoroso, aumenta la tasa de generación de energía un 100% durante 15 segundos. Vale, o sea, está para curarse al instante y temporalmente. Curarse al instante. Y luego aquí, antídoto, fórmula desconocida. Vale, ¿puedo mejorar algo de esto? O me pongo armas para hacer daño contundente. O sea, para stunear. Vale, esta por ejemplo de 2 manos mete aturdimiento. Entonces voy a tener un arma normal para los enemigos cuando no me interesa aturdir. Y cuando necesita aturdir me pongo esta de 2 manos. Y con las pistolas creo que... Bueno, claro, es que la pistola no puedo. Solo puedo llevar una. Puedo mejorarlo a nivel 3, la escopetilla esta. Daño de fuego, eficaz contra bestias y vampiros. Daño químico, eficaz contra humanos. Suma 5 puntos de aturdimiento al acertar al objetivo con un arma. Eso está interesante. Mejoro esto. Voy a intentar mejorar primero las armas contundentes, que creo que me interesa más. Meter más aturdimiento, hacer un poco más de daño. Vamos con aturdimiento. Vale, no lo puedo subir a nivel 3. El arma este, ¿lo puedo subir a nivel 3? Tampoco. Vale. Y esto lo voy a subir a nivel 3. Le meto... Voy a meter daño. Y listo. Voy a fabricar una de cada de esto. Por tenerlo. Vale. Y vamos a dormir y subir de nivel un poquito. ¿Qué iba a subir de nivel? Había algo que me interesaba subir de nivel. Esto para curar más, ¿no? Tener tu propia sangre para curar. Vale, en lugar de curarme 200, me curo 250. ¿Eso o me mejoro lo de la mordedura? Aumenta regeneración de vida al usar mordedura en combate. Aumenta el daño infligido al usar mordedura. Aumenta la absorción de sangre al usar mordedura en combate. Aumenta la capacidad de sangre. Voy a subirme esto. Hay que tener cuidado porque la gente está enfermando. Mucho agotamiento, anemia. Neuralgia, neumonía, resfriado. Debería ir a curar a la gente. Sí, mira, baja el estado de salud. Debería ir a curar a la gente antes de que se ponga la cosa peor. Me dice que pudiera convencer a la señora esta de que vuelva a su casa.
It's locked.
¿En serio me vas a hacer dar la vuelta entera? Me vas a hacer dar la vuelta entera. ¿Puedo subirme ahí arriba o algo? No puedo. Tengo que dar la vuelta entera. Joder. Vale, entonces necesito aturdir a los enemigos. Saco este palo. Nivel 16, me interesa. Es que me dan muy poca experiencia. Y ahora un sitio más abierto. Me da muy poca experiencia matar a estos enemigos. La cámara vacilándome como siempre, tío. ¿Y dónde ha salido eso? Es que no merece la pena pelear. Encima es que no te dan ni experiencia. Es que no merece la pena. No puedo salir, perfecto. Ya está, que me maten, ¿no? No puedo salir de aquí. No puedo salir. Pues ya está. Pues muy bien. Eso, el sistema de combate es una puta mierda. Lo de la fijación de cámara es una puta mierda. No puede estar peor hecho. Y luego encima no te merece la pena ni pelear con enemigos para que te den 5 de experiencia. Es que no merece ni la pena. De experiencia me dan por matar a un enemigo. Pues creo que no tengo más remedio que ir por ahí. No parece que haya otro camino. Pues sí.
Best be your phone. Hey! Don't come no closer!
¿Os dais la vuelta o cómo lo hacemos?
Sir, no civilians allowed. Crush the leech, boys! I'll take its head!
Vamos a probar este contundente. Vale, perfecto, así lo stuneo. Y consigo sangre. Y ahora ya me cambio de arma. Vale, pues viene muy bien eso, tener un arma para hacer daño y luego otra para stunear. Vale, No voy a entrar ahí.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Come ratas.
I have this thirst for blood.
No estoy yendo exactamente al sitio al que tengo que ir, estoy un poco como explorando todo. Igual me meto donde no debo meterme. Nivel 12. Tenía que haber ido en sigilo para morderlo. Como que siempre me falta estamina. Voy a stunearlo. No puedo subir a ningún balcón. Vale, he conseguido una bufanda de lana. Parecía como un objeto importante. Igual no. No sé. Vale, aquí ya no puedo hacer nada más.
Ain't safe here for a gentleman. See them fancy clothes?
Stunearlo. No. Estoy siempre sin estamina, tío.
Ain't safe here. A leech! A leech! Oh, Christ!
Estos están pegando entre ellos. Parece un miniboss, ¿no?
This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Vale, la verdad es que me he perdido un poco. Pero es que mira, la cantidad de enemigos que he matado, 300 de experiencia. Y he salido del cementerio como con 200 o 180 o 170, una cosa así. He salido del cementerio. Es que no merece la pena pelear. Podrá merecer la pena quizá por los materiales que dropean los enemigos y ya está. Porque por otra cosa es que es estúpido luchar. Más que para conseguir los materiales que dropean y ya está. Por lo demás es que no merece la pena. Vale, tenía que venir aquí, se supone, a esta zona. Tenía que pelear con ese tío. Hemos aprovechado, hemos venido por otro lado y ese tío ha muerto. Y ahora tenemos que continuar por aquí. Estamos en la capilla, ¿no? Sí, estamos en la capilla otra vez. Vale, ¿puedo curar a la gente aquí? Porque había gente que estaba bastante mal. Igual puedo curarla ahora. Quien lo necesite.
Hello again, miss.
Vale, hemos desbloqueado el último diálogo este.
Hello, Camellia. How are you, partner? Come on, girl. Smile. Don't you know Dorothy and I have an agreement? We're on the same side. No? All right then, as you wish.
¿En serio no me va a hablar? He desbloqueado todos los posibles diálogos y no tiene nada. Vale, revisión médica.
Don't seem to need my medical attention for now.
Está sanísima, ¿no? 5000 de experiencia por matarla. No puedo cautivarla.
Very well.
No la voy a matar de momento. De momento.
Oh, Camellia.
Good evening, Mr. Nithercott.
And good evening to you too, my good sir.
Voy a ver si
Can
tiene
I be of
alguna
any help?
conversación nueva. Vale, esto ya le he preguntado todo. Vale, aquí tenemos una nueva pregunta.
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
Still, you don't seem to suffer from poverty.
With thanks to my parents, actually. I'm afraid I would not be able to live on my own without their help.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
Vale, aquí ya hemos preguntado todo. Novedades sobre el dispensario de la enfermera Crane.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I don't know much about the woman.
Pues ya está, no puedo preguntarle nada. Revisión médica. Está resfriado. Lo podemos curar.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
It may be wise to let you prescribe me something. I don't feel like I should.
I understand your appetite for words and macabre beauty, sir. But you should be more careful.
The nutrition of my mind is more important than my physical health. But I appreciate your concern, sir.
Claro, si mato a la otra tía, a la que no habla, la Camelia creo que se llama, a este le da algo. A este tío le da algo.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Me han dado 35 de experiencia por curarle. Bueno. Algo es algo. Vale, Camelia está aquí, full vida. Ese también está ahí, full vida. Vale, tengo que entrar ahí. Antes de entrar ahí voy a mirar al resto de personas.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
No, nueva pregunta desbloqueada.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
No tengo pistas.
Have you any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I'll never know what goes on in that place. But as long as people are getting better, I'll stop investigating her.
Vale.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Está perfectamente de salud, así que... nada que hacer. Cristina también está perfecta de salud. Echar un vistazo aquí. ¿Esto es para ir a dónde? Vale, con esto vuelvo... Vale, nada, no me interesa. Vale, está sana. En principio nada que hacer. No sé si tendré algún diálogo nuevo con ella.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Podría ser esta la bufanda que perdió. La bufanda que hemos encontrado antes.
Could this be the scarf you lost, Miss Popper?
It is much more than a scarf to me. It is the only thing that connects me to my family and my country. Thank you so much.
50 monedas. Nice. Criston Derby, error de pista. ¿Cómo error de pista? ¿Cómo?
What do you know about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
That woman is a saint. She's living proof that a strong will is sometimes all you need to make a difference.
¿Significa que he perdido una pista por no haber... He perdido una pista por no haber hecho eso como debería?
Miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Tenía que haber a lo mejor usado la bufanda para otra cosa antes o no sé.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
¿Tienes algo que te pueda robar, Harry? No te puedo robar ya más.
It's locked, all right.
Este Harry, sabiendo que voy a venir, me podías dejar algo para que te robe.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Vale, esto lo hemos preguntado todo. Tu padre ha intentado conseguir un trabajo honrado. Sobre Berry Lewis y tu padre.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities. But I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Have you any recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I don't believe in miracles. but it seems the epidemic has been kept at bay for a few days.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
No he visto si estás bien de salud. Tiene anemia, ¿le puedo curar la anemia? ¿Le puedo curar la anemia? Sí, se la voy a curar.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered.
Revisión médica.
Do you need any medical help, young man?
Yes, I do. I feel so tired. I don't know if it's the epidemic, but everything seems so hard.
Toma.
You'll feel better with this. But you need to get a grip, young man. Medication alone won't cure melancholia.
I'm not sure I'm happy with the idea of living long in a world like this. But I thank you for your concern, sir.
Vale, nice.
Goodbye, young man.
Le puedo cautivar.
Take
O sea,
care of yourself.
le podría matar si quisiera.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
Con lo de cautivar, es que no sé si... Espera, es que no sé si con lo de cautivar, porque sé que si tengo suficiente nivel me da la opción de matarlo. Pero no sé si hay alguna otra opción aparte de esa. O si directamente se le doy a cautivar. Vale, de esto te he preguntado todo. Sí. De esto te he preguntado todo. Tenemos cosas nuevas.
Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I've known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer, good one even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
It's never easy to find a new path in life, especially after the loss of a loved one. But crime is certainly not the best option.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against the wet boot boy.
What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy seems so fragile. Not like his father at all.
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining. He's had it tough, all right, but he needs to grow a pair.
What troubles him exactly?
Well, despite being his father's son, almost everything, I think. He never wanted to come to Whitechapel in the first place. Hates this place more than most of us.
Do you have any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I guess what she does for people makes it all right in the end.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
You again? What do you want this time?
No he visto el otro, por cierto. Creo que necesitaba revisión médica. Vale, esto lo hemos visto todo. Y de aquí tenemos una pregunta nueva.
Why do you keep on working for the gang, Joe? You know it doesn't suit you.
It's true, I hate this job. And I know I made some bad choices, but I'm a wet boot boy now. And people won't forget it.
You could leave tomorrow. Start another life in another town.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. We are poor. My son's weak, and there's no way he'll endure another disappointment.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
She's doing good work. I saw her yesterday and told her she could call on me if she ever felt threatened. Do you know what I mean?
Vale, a ver. Está agotado. Vamos a ayudarle.
Can I offer you my medical expertise, Mr. Peterson?
Keep your medicines for others.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity, sir. Please take this medication. You'll feel better.
All right. I'll take it then. It's not like I don't appreciate the gesture.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Vale, tú de salud también tienes agotamiento, pues vamos a ayudarte.
I know it. Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your folk. Do you need help, sir?
To be honest, I'd prefer you take a look at my stuff. I'd rather be rich and sick than the contrary.
I don't quite agree, but I won't argue with you. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Really? Free? Don't take it personally, but charity usually comes at a price. Human nature being what it is.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Vale.
Good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Puedo espiar, ¿no? Puedo espiarle. Me ha dado como la opción de espiarle, ¿no?
So you only hurt people because you care about me? Is that it?
Don't be such a brat. I do what I must to provide us with food and medicine, that's all.
Mum would never have let you bully an old friend like Mr. Lewis. Shame on you.
Harry, I'm your father and I love you. But don't you ever speak to me like that again.
What? You're gonna beat me too?
Jesus. Give me patience.
Estoy en la ventana mirando. No sé si continuar o dejarla ya por aquí. Es que no quiero... O sea, no quiero que empiece una historia importante y justo corte la historia, ¿sabes? Prefiero dejarlo más o menos medio cerrado. Voy a poder... En serio, tío. ¿Dónde estoy ahora? ¿Me vas a hacer dar la vuelta? ¿Me vas a hacer dar la vuelta? No me hagas dar la vuelta. Ay, qué pereza. Es eso, prefiero dejar más o menos medio cerrado el arco este que tengo ahora, que no ahora que empiece y una nueva trama y diga, bueno, mañana seguimos. Entonces más o menos vamos a intentar, como estamos ahora con lo del entierro de la hermana, y me ha dicho la otra vampira que vaya aquí a la iglesia a confesarme. Voy a ver si puedo cerrar más o menos esta historia. Cerramos esto de la hermana y a ver si justo ahí ya más o menos cambia un poco el plano y puedo ya continuar mañana. No me apetece mucho ver a este tío, es un poco gilipollas, pero bueno, qué sé.
Good evening.
Todo sea por la experiencia.
It's Father Whittaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Es que qué ganas tengo de matar a este tío.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of
Sí, me lo he
corpuscles.
dicho antes. No quiero escucharle.
Well,
As a doctor, you must be.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally
Really? And what would be your answer?
We must fight the disease.
What is left?
Cleansing.
Bueno, no, una pista.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher.
Díselo,
A
díselo,
small-time Torquemada.
díselo.
The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
That woman is as depraved as Jezebel, and she deserves the same fate.
Really? Why is that?
This woman runs no medical facility, but a temple to the false prophets of science and debauchery. And she has many accomplices, I heard.
Voy a matar a este tío, me cae súper mal.
Don't you fear getting sick yourself?
Faith gives me all I need, my son. If I must fall, then so be it.
Qué rabia me da tener que curar a este tío.
No doubt your faith will prevail, but let me give you some extra protection against the devil's work. Medicine.
Blessed be your generosity, my son.
No te la mereces.
I have had enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Cómo le voy a absorber la sangre y le voy a matar. ¿Los enemigos de dónde salen? Vale, pues nada, vamos a la iglesia a terminar el arco este de la hermana. Están todos... Bueno, lo puedo mirar aquí si queda gente enferma, ¿no? O sea, me vengo... ¿Dónde era? Aquí. Y estoy aquí. Puedo ver la gente que queda enferma. Hay gente que todavía no conozco. Debería ir a curar a esta gente. Cuanto más estrellas entiendo que es más peligroso, que es una cura más... o sea, más fuerte lo que necesito. Quizá debería ir a curar a esa gente. No sé si... Imagino que pueden llegar a morir por la enfermedad. No lo sé, pero bueno, vamos a ver si cerramos este arco de la historia de la hermana.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
La gente no sospecha de verte tu cara, pareces literalmente un zombie.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest, as you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She has been laid to rest. That's all you need to know.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
I feel responsible. The pain is consuming me.
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What would you like her to know?
Que le perdone. O sea, si tuvieses que hablar con tu hermana, no quieres decirle que vas a encontrar al responsable. Simplemente que le perdone, que entiende que no quiso hacerlo. Se vio obligado.
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
Whatever happened on this dock is between my sister and I. It does not concern God at all.
Vale, pues voy a ver... O sea, me gustaría ver quién falta por curar. Vale, estos son los tíos que estaban al principio. Y luego tengo que curar a... No, Richard está curado. Vale, tengo que curar al señor este. Y a los dos tíos del principio, vale. Entonces ese señor estaba por aquí, si mal no recuerdo. Voy a ir a curar a esta gente en un momento antes de salir de la zona. Estaba por esta zona, si mal no recuerdo. Estoy un poco confuso.
Turn around, sir.
It's a leech! Kill it!
Estos se pelean entre ellos, ¿no? Es un nivel bajito. Son muchos. Se pegan entre ellos. Para que se pegan entre ellos. Eso no me ha dado, ¿eh? Vamos a sacar el palo grande. No, quería morderlo, no matarlo. A ver, estoy buscando estos personajes que estaban al principio. Vale, aquí está este señor.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
Vamos a curarle.
Yes?
¿Tengo alguna pregunta nueva?
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Tell me
I do not...
Did you refuse to publish Richard Nethercott's previous works, Darius?
Yes, his manuscript is as pompous as he is starched. Now there's a man who loves the sound of his own voice.
You could have told him so.
As a great writer recently said, politeness is the most acceptable hypocrisy.
Me da la opción de lo de hablar de Camellia, pero no hay más opciones, ¿no?
Are you not? Are you in love?
Don't be...
Las dos opciones que salen ya las he... Lo podría cautivar y matarlo. Vamos a curar. No voy a matar a nadie todavía.
I am very tired, but that is all. I don't need you, Doctor.
Well, I think you do. Take this, and you'll feel better.
Free drugs from an English doctor? It must be my lucky day.
How is Nurse Crane these these days.
I don't know what you told her, what kind of deal you made, but Dorothea seems less anxious recently. Thank you for that, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Vale, está recuperado, me da 2000 de experiencia si decido. Claro, es que entiendo que si decido matarlo, ¿verdad? Vale, me quedan estos dos que son los que vi al principio. Anemia y neuralgia. Pruebo, es que no sé qué... O sea, no sé cuál es la opción aparte de matarlo. Vamos a ver si lo cautivo, ¿qué ocurre? Puedo liberar, ¿qué pasa si lo libero? Ya está, no pasa nada. Vale, o sea, eso es que... Vale, si quiero puedo matarlo. Si quiero. Y conseguir esa experiencia para subir mazo de nivel. Pero no lo voy a hacer de momento, eso lo voy a hacer con el cura, que me cae súper mal. Ahora necesito encontrar a los otros dos que estaban por el principio. Bien ahí la fijación de la cámara ayudándome. La fijación de la cámara es que ayuda muchísimo, de verdad. Qué asco de... Y mi estamina. Mi estamina está dando la fijación de la cámara.
It's locked, all right.
En esta zona no he estado, ¿verdad? Es que estoy buscando a los personajes estos. No tengo ni idea de dónde están. Están en la entrada de la zona esta. De verdad, como odio que no pueda moverme por el mapa tranquilamente. O sea, imagino que están aquí en la entrada, ¿no? Sigo toda la calle hasta el final, a la izquierda. Vamos a ver. Aquí hay algo. Este es el patio para entrar donde estaba la otra. Tengo que seguir la calle. Vale, por aquí. ¿Tú estás bien de salud? Sí.
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again.
Estos, vale, estos son, vamos a curarlos.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
Eso lo hemos preguntado todo. Vale, tenemos aquí nueva esta.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar. A coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
Yes. Sounds like shell shock. I've seen a few cases like yours. This is nothing you should be ashamed of, Benjamin. And it's perfectly natural in your situation.
Not ashamed. I just need my pills. Peace and quiet, that's all.
Vale.
Have you any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I visited her dispensary recently. If I'd heard about it sooner, it would have made life easier.
Y vamos a ayudarle con su
You don't seem
enfermedad.
well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
I can try to help your body heal, sir. But you must stop destroying it.
The war destroyed me, Doctor.
Vale.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Vale, recuperado. Y el chico este que tiene anemia.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
No tenemos ninguna pista todavía.
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Nurse Crane? Yeah, I heard she's doing all right. Connected and protected.
Vale.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Goodbye, young man.
Recuperado. Es que 750 experiencias, que ya me dirás tú qué hago con eso. Vale, se supone que ya todo el mundo en este distrito está nice. Están todos ya sanos. Así que genial. La zona del principio no he vuelto a ir. A este pobrecito, es que nada más verle le matamos ya. Nada más verle lo matamos. Vale, pues nada, podría ir luego, lo haré el próximo día. Volver al hospital y curar a la gente del hospital. Ahora de momento... De hecho tengo que ir al hospital ahora. Pero no voy a continuar, ¿vale? Lo haré fuera de cámara o lo hago fuera de cámara o lo hago mañana cuando habrá directo. Pero voy a hacer eso en el hospital, voy a fabricar las medicinas que necesite, voy a curar a todo el mundo del hospital. Y ya luego hablamos con el doctor Swansea y vemos cómo avanza la historia.
It's mine! I'll take it!
Voy a stunearle, necesito... ¿Cómo? Ah, que es el miniboss este. Vale, a partir de aquí se van. Vale, tengo que cambiar lo de... el uso de las armas, porque... ¿Puedo stunearlo? Es que no puedo stunearlo. Necesito stunear a este. Necesito morder. Lo de la cámara, cómo me está jodiendo lo de la mierda de cámara, tío. Vale, te voy a stunear. puedo subir ahí. Ay, la cámara, de verdad, cómo lo odio. Encima pierdo estamina, pierdo sangre también cuando hace eso.
Oh my god! I shall fear no evil.
Me quita sangre haciendo eso, brutal. Me matará. Madre mía. Tengo que cambiarme lo de cambiar de armas. Es muy incómodo el tema de cambiar de armas. Necesito hacerlo con la rueda del ratón o hacerlo con alguna tecla más rápida porque es que es horrible. Ratillas. Vamos a comer.
This is despicable.
La cena.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Si le pudiese dar estaría bueno. Otro tío de estos, no, por favor. ¿Cómo puedo evitar ese ataque? Alejándome, ya está.
We cannot be defeated. Christ, he's dead.
Y me matan, tío. Qué coñazo, de verdad. Que tengan que estar pendiente de no acercarme a uno, de que el otro no me dispare desde la otra punta del mapa. Solo quiero ir al puto hospital. Si no quiero ni mataros. El juego me está obligando a mataros. Yo no quiero hacerlo. No gano nada matándoos.
I ought you to step back.
Con esto te hago mucho daño, ¿no? Bueno, si te doy. Me voy a intentar sacar sangre de este.
Filthy murdering bastard!
Voy a sacar algo de sangre de aquí. ¿Por qué aparece un bicho aquí de la nada? ¿Aparece aquí de la nada? Creo que sí. Ahora dime que está la puerta cerrada y hasta que no mate a la gente no me va a dejar salir. ¿Me va a dejar salir? No se pelean con el bicho que me estaba siguiendo. El bicho que me estaba siguiendo. El bicho que me estaba siguiendo les da igual.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You. I remember you.
What?
Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
¿Cómo?
Riddles and rhymes. You took my life. Now you insult my mind.
Be stilled, my child. I bring understanding.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
What?
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
Vale, vamos a fabricar. No tengo para la neuralgia. Creo que alguien la padecía. Necesito opio y ergotamina. Vale, vamos a mejorar el bastón este para aturdir. Le meto más aturdimiento. Sí, ¿no? Bueno, reducir consumo de energía un 10%, cuidado. Es que reducir un 10% es de 30 a 27. Casi que prefiero pegar poco y aturdir que... Me interesa más aturdir, yo creo. No sé. Es que de 30 a 27 no se va a notar una mierda la diferencia. lugar de una pistola puedo llevar esto en la mano izquierda y meter aturdimiento con esto. 40 de energía, estamos tontos. 40 de energía. Absorber sangre. Pues igual antes que ir con la pistola. No sé. Vale, de momento voy a dormir, yo creo. O me espero. No voy a dormir todavía, no tengo tanta experiencia. Creo que voy a esperar un poco. Lo voy a dejar por aquí. No sé si se podrá guardar de alguna forma. ¿Puedo forzar un guardado automático? O hacer uno manual. Si hago esto entiendo que se va a guardar solo. De todas formas acaba de haber una cinemática. Seguramente después de la cinemática esa que hemos visto se haya guardado automáticamente. Así que nada, no debería haber problema. Vale, pues nada, de momento bastante guay. La verdad es que me está encantando el juego, tengo que decirlo. El sistema de combate me cabrea muchísimo. Pero por todo lo demás me está encantando. O sea, si quitase el sistema de combate y fuese un sistema de combate rollo Bloodborne, sería el juego la hostia. Me encantaría muchísimo. De momento me está encantando mucho por el tema de la historia, cómo trata a los personajes, cómo puedes conocerlos, las relaciones entre ellos. Hablas con uno, descubres un secreto del otro, te permite hablar con la otra persona sobre ese secreto. O sea, en ese sentido me está encantando el tema de la historia. Luego ya llegamos al sistema de combate y lo de la fijación de cámara, el tema de la estamina se gasta muy rápido, demasiado rápido, no sé. El sistema de combate tengo que decir que me cabrea un poquillo, la verdad, pero por todo lo demás el juego me está encantando. Así que nada, bastante guay. Mañana continuamos. Mañana se supone que ya hemos curado toda la gente del distrito ese, toda la gente que conocemos. Se supone que ya la hemos curado. Mañana la idea será curar a la gente que está en el hospital. Hablamos con el doctor Swansea y a partir de ahí ya continuamos con la historia en función de lo que nos diga el doctor. Si me encuentro cosas para hacer misiones secundarias, también las iré haciendo. Pero en principio sobre todo eso, mañana nos centraremos en el distrito este del hospital, curaremos a todo el mundo, veremos si tienen nuevas conversaciones disponibles y ya está. Y entiendo que en el momento que la consiga llegar a la gente a cierto nivel de experiencia, si su sangre alcanza el máximo valor, entiendo que ya puedo empezar a plantearme si quiero matar o no a la gente, no sé, ya veremos. Así que nada, de momento lo voy a dejar por aquí. Y lo dicho, un saludo a la gente que se haya pasado por el directo y nos vemos mañana con más.